Good afternoon, everybody. It's 6 o'clock. Welcome to the City Council meeting, Tuesday, July 15th. And Madam Secretary, can you do roll call?
Here.
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 All right, thank you. All right, let's all bow our heads. Dear Lord, we want to thank you for all of us coming together tonight for the good of the city, and appreciate all of the attendance. We pray that everybody's safe heading home. We hope and pray that we make good decisions for the city, and it's all in your name. In Jesus' name, amen. All right, we'll go ahead and go with the public comments. The City Council welcomes citizen participation and comments at all council meetings. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes out of respect for everyone's time. The council is not permitted to respond to your comments. The Texas Open Meeting Act requires the topics of discussion, deliberation be posted on the agenda not less than 72 hours in advance of the council meetings. If your comments relate to the topics in the agenda, the council will discuss those topics on the agenda at that time that the topic is discussed and deliberated. Do we have any comment? All right, and we're doing something new with our consent agenda. It's just basically we're combining a few items together. Items on the consent agenda are approved through a single council motion, which applies to all the items listed. Consent agenda items are considered routine, not likely to require discussion or deliberation, and may be discussed prior to making a motion. There will be no separate discussions on these items unless a council member requests an item be removed and considered separately. So item number 1 is consider approval of July 1st, 2025 regular meeting minutes. Item number 2, consider pay request number 2 for Drake Paving LLC for work performed at Mount Pleasant Regional Airport, Southwest Site Development and Drainage Improvements. And item number 3, consider accepting a quarterly investment report for quarter end June 30th, 2025. Any public comment? All right, Madam Secretary, can you take a vote? Can we make a motion? Sorry.
I'll make a motion to approve the items on the consent agenda.
I second.
Madam Secretary, can you make the vote?
Yes.
Aye.
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 All right, motion passed unanimously. We'll go ahead and move on to number 4 on the regular agenda. Consider approval of electrical easement with SWEPCO. Paul?
Mayor, City Council, as you see, Drake Paving that's doing our construction work at the airport is put in for pay request number 2. And we are so thankful that we got a lot of dry weather and got a lot done. So we're kind of back up to schedule and things are looking good. And a lot has been done out there.
So this particular item is on the SWEPCO easement. Yes, if you just take a moment to explain that.
I had to brag on the airport just a little bit, but anyway. And one other thing, next week, next Thursday, we should start paving the taxiway extension at the airport as part of this construction work, so we're tickled about that. The easement is a SWEPCO easement to run an electric line to a new hangar that's about a 5,000 square foot hangar that's been constructed that Wesley Baker erected at the airport. And lease the ground from the city for. And, so we're tickled about that we're gonna have new tenants on the field. And, needless to say, SWEPCO needed the easement to be able to run it, and they just need the city's approval for that easement and to be able to run that electric line.
Great. Do we have any public comment? Council? Questions? All right, can we get a motion?
I make a motion that we approve the electrical easement, that Paul presented with SWEPCO.
I second.
Madam Secretary, can you count the vote?
Aye.
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 Yes.
All right, we'll close that item on the agenda. Item number 5. You ready, John? All right. Hold a public hearing per the City Unsafe Building Abatement Code found in Chapter 150 of the Code of Ordinances and consider a declaration of dilapidated structure at 1103 Ernest Street within the city of Mount Pleasant, Texas. Find it to be dilapidated and/or deteriorated and damaged to require repair, rehabilitation, or demolition, providing a time within which the owner should rehabilitate, repair, or demolish such structure, and to consider ordering city abatement and subsequent lien on the dilapidated structure at 1103 Ernest Street, Mount Pleasant, Texas, Block 203, Lot 180.2215 AC.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. So tonight, we do have a couple more demos on the agenda. The first one's 1103 Ernest. While he's getting it up here, basically what happened, it's an accessory structure. It was a metal building. The garage a tree had actually fallen on top of the garage, and we did a code case on it, and the property owner had come down, and he actually, inside your packet, you should have a copy. They signed the consent to demo form. There should be a copy in your packets. Forward with the process to demo it. Just to go over the process real quick for those that may not know, it's covered under our ordinance chapter 150 as well as local government code 214. Properties are identified by staff as dilapidated or dangerous. We reach out to the owners. If there's no response or they fail to fix it, then we bring it for council here, asking them to either come up with a plan to repair it or demolish it. Council will make that decision. Once they do, they typically give them 30 days to demolish the building. If not, we'll demolish the building and lien the property, or they'll pay the bill. So this is the first property, 1103 Ernest. It's on the corner here. That's kind of from the front. So when you're looking at it from Ernest Street, you're looking at it from this point of view. That's just where we tagged it in a picture. And then you can see here where the tree has fallen through the building. And so we're just asking council to go ahead and give us permission to demolish the structure. This is a public hearing.
All right, let's go ahead and open the public hearing. Any comment? City Council?
Is the tree on the house?
Yeah, it was just on the metal building. I think that stump right there is kind of taller than the building. I think that's the part that fell onto and the owner already cleaned it off, but they asked us to, I don't think they had the means to demolish it themselves.
All right, let's go ahead and close the public hearing and open deliberations. Get a vote.
I make a motion to approve order 25-006 and declare the accessory structure in 1103 Ernest substandard in order to be demolished by the owner within 30 days, and to authorize abatement by the city after that time according to procedures in the city ordinance and state statute.
A second.
All right, Madam Secretary, can you take the vote, please?
Aye. Yes.
Aye.
All right, vote passed unanimously. We'll go ahead and close that item. Move to item number 6. We're gonna hold a public hearing for per the city unsafe building abatement code found in chapter 150 of the Code of Ordinances, and consider a declaration of dilapidated structure at 609 West 7th Street within the city of Mount Pleasant, Texas. Find it to be dilapidated and or deteriorated and damaged, so to require repair, rehabilitation, or demolition, providing a time within which the owner should rehabilitate, repair, or demolish such structure, and to consider ordering city abatement and subsequent lien on the dilapidated structure at 609 West 7th Street, Caldwell Block 7, Block 4A.1484 AC.
Once again, this is 609 West 6th, or West 7th Street. This is actually currently owned by Jason Howard. He just got possession of the property about 6 months ago. I believe it was, I don't know if it was his parents, but it was a relative who had died and left him the home. So when we sent out the notice of the product being dilapidated in a state of disrepair, he basically reached out to us, hadn't been out here, he came out, took a look at it, and to him, the property wasn't worth saving. And so I told him I was gonna go ahead and move forward with the demo. And he actually, I didn't have time to put it in your packet, he actually just sent it over, I believe it was either yesterday or Friday, but he also sent over the consented demo form eventually. It's not in your packet, I just got it yesterday. So I want to make you aware of that. But it's basically, he said the inside's worse than the outside. It's just been neglected for years and just kind of sitting there in a state of disrepair. So we're asking for council's permission to demolish it.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and open the public hearing. Do we have any comments? Council?
I'm just glad to see them down. It's a good thing for the neighborhood.
All right, we'll go ahead and close it and open deliberations and vote.
I make a motion that we, for the order of 25-007, to order the city of Mount Pleasant regarding abatement of the substandard and dangerous structure located at 609 West 7th.
I second the motion.
Madam Secretary, can you take a vote?
Yes.
Aye.
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 All right, vote passed unanimously. We'll go ahead and close out that item. Move to item number 7. So this is gonna be Lynn. We're gonna hold a public hearing and consider an ordinance 2025-13 at the request of the owner, Anna Castillo, property owner, to approve authorizing a specific use permit for a church within a single-family residence district, being a 0.350 acre property described as Lot 3 and 4, Block 16, Sunrise Edition, and address 06 East 8th Street. And the special use will be SUP-2025-02.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. This is the first of 5 cases that we have, and it is the first of 2 specific use permits. This particular property is on 2 single-family 2 lots side by side on East 8th Street. It was a church that had been in the neighborhood for some time. The new owners have been there probably for I don't know how long they've occupied the church, but they've owned it for probably over 10 years, but it burned in 2023. There was a specific use permit applied for in late 2023 or 2024 to rebuild the church. It's required to put a church in a residential area to have council approval for that. It was voted down in 2024. They have since reapplied for a specific use permit on the same property. At the time that it was voted down, there were neighbor complaints on a variety of issues, including noise, traffic, and parking. The applicant has since agreed to smaller footprint and slightly different conditions, or in shorter hours and less disruption to the neighborhood. This is an area map that shows the property. Both lots are on, the one that is delineated on the map. You can see where the church property, that burned is still evident, although it has been cleaned. We went by there today and it's pretty much cleaned up now. It's, the total area for the complete city lot, for both of them is 100 by 150 feet. And as you can see, it is in a residential neighborhood that's being used that way. Journey Park is directly to the rear of the property. Per code, a specific use permit requires a site plan to be submitted, and this is the church submittal. It shows 3,300 square feet of heated and cooled area, with a patio makes it a little bit more than 3,600. That is smaller than than what was submitted in 2024 and voted down. The interior portion, the little red X's, those are the seated areas that represent congregants. And so the parking is delineated on the site, is one parking space per 4 seats. So the conditions, so we move to that. With every site plan, there are conditions, and the church has agreed to these in discussions with me about what happened in 2024 and their new submittal, so that it would be different enough for city council to consider their request. And the first one is to be developed according to the site plan that we just saw, that they agreed to increase soundproofing, insulation and construction. They're agreeing to not go past 9 o'clock with any of their services, and only on Wednesdays evenings. The Sunday mornings, again, would be a worship service and a Thursday discipleship class, but they would only have one monthly evening worship service. Parking, as I discussed, is one space for 4 seats. That's in city code, by the way. That would be 12. That site did hold 12. But any overflow parking, because obviously there might be more people than 4 per car, they agreed that it would be in the city parking lot for the park, which is right around the corner, rather than on the street in front of people's homes. That if they had any food preparation on site, that they would have to have a properly sized grease trap or suppression hood. They did not have one showing on their site plan, but originally they did, so I left that condition in there. The requirement that they not use that building for any residential or shelter use is also included. That was not the case the first time. And then the standard building permits required prior to any construction. Obviously, that's per code in the city, but it's also codified here as one of the conditions. So it gets a little complicated, and bear with me. So when you have a zoning or specific use permit, we send out notices to all the property owners within 200 feet. In that blue area, that's the portion that's within 200 feet of that subject property that the returned notices are indicated. There would be a green check mark if anybody agreed, which they have not, and there are 5 red X's that represent negative responses from the neighbors. You had those in your packet, and they cited previous issues with the church before it burned. That negative response has to be quantified as a percentage of the area that's notified, and it came back at more than 20%, slightly more, at 21%. And what that does is it triggers what's called a supermajority, which means that city council must have 4 of 5 affirmative votes on council would be required to approve this if it was an approval So that is called a supermajority, so a simple majority won't work in this case. The other issue that also, does, I think, also in our code bring on a supermajority is that the Planning and Zoning Commission did take this up at their July 8th meeting, and they voted 4-0, which was a unanimous vote to deny this specific use permit. And they based that on the incompatibility of the church use and the impact on the residential neighborhood. And they felt that the lots were residential in character. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them if I can.
All right, let's go ahead and open up the public hearing. And are there any comments?
Excuse me, before you start, you gotta hold that little button down on the microphone. Thank you.
Does that work? Okay. Well, good evening, everyone, council members, and thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the residents impacted by the proposed special use permit adjacent to our neighborhood park. Now, we do respectfully ask the council to deny this permit just based on the substantial concerns related to the parking limitations, public safety, noise disturbances, the infrastructure strain, and the history of fire-related damage, as well as the prior permit denial at this site. Now, this property, it was previously the site of a devastating fire that destroyed the original church structure in 2024. So the church's application to rebuild, it was formally denied, signaling that the location and the proposed use were already found to be incompatible with the surrounding residential environment. So that decision, does remain relevant today. And the current request is not a continuation. It is a new construction proposal in a sensitive location with those unresolved infrastructure, noise, and also the safety concerns. Now, parking, it does remain restricted, and the suggestion to redirect overflow into the adjacent public park, it's not really viable. And the reason I say that is because the lot, it already gets over capacity during the seasonal soccer games. And that includes like weekly practices, community events that are held there. So there is a limited surplus to absorb that additional traffic that is coming through. And especially with the congregation, you would expect it to grow. If they're already at limited capacity now and the overflow is already an issue, we would expect it to increase. Now, the proposed use, it does require a minimum of 12 parking spaces just based on that seating capacity. So 1 space per 4 seats. So any overflow, it is directed to the nearby city-owned parking lot. It's not dedicated and it's not guaranteed. And like I said, it's routinely used by multiple entities. Now, the safety concerns are equally pressing because children do play at this park daily. We do have the elderly residents that walk in its path, so that does increase traffic near the pedestrian zones. And to be honest with you, without that traffic calming measure or the enforcement places, I do believe that the individuals are at risk. That includes children and neighbors. And to approve the request now would undermine and completely disregard the voices of the people that live in this neighborhood. Now, one of our neighbors, they did make a comment. One neighbor summarized the issue plainly by saying, "I'm sure nobody in here went to church this past Sunday to a newly constructed building wedged between 2 homes less than 50 feet away." And the reason I point the 50 feet away is because previously there were loud disturbances that went past midnight. And when you have children that go to school, it can cause a disturbance, which keeps them up at night. My son, he's just not going into high school, so that's a disturbance issue that we did have, and we brought it to the church, but nothing was resolved previously. And to be honest with you, it isn't about opposing faith. It's about protecting the neighborhood balance. This request is not a continuation of existing operation. It's a proposal for new construction in a sensitive zone without considering the well-being, safety, and the requests of the neighborhood, especially the elderly. They would be here tonight. Some of them just couldn't make it. We do respectfully urge the council to deny the special.
All right, thank you. Thank you for showing up.
Thank you.
Are there any other comments? Come on in.
Hello, Council. My name is Maria Sanchez, and I represent Oasis de Bendición. I was actually unaware that we had a moment to comment, but based on what the lady before me said, all those, everything that you said, we could come to an agreement. Now, as far as I'm concerned, she said that some of those were mentioned to the church prior. I am unaware that she had came up, to the leaders or the pastors, because I'm pretty sure we would have made some kind of adjustment. Now, I do ask the council to please take into consideration the new plans and the new hours that we have provided and agreed to. In the past, the church has been restructured also, and in the past there was people there that, don't follow instructions. But I do want to push the fact that she said something about the park. Mount Pleasant is not big on tournaments at Journey Park. That's why we have the new soccer complex. So that parking will definitely be available from 9 to 11 on Sundays. Again, I'm sorry, I'm not very prepared, but because I didn't know we could comment, but I do appreciate if you guys reconsider us building again. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any more public comment? All right, City Council?
I was here when they built that park over there, and I know what we went through with the complaints over the traffic, the noise, the parking, and everything else that went on over there, so I'm very sensitive to that area. And I will remind everybody that we had P&Z voted down 4-0, and even though there were some changes made to the design and all, you're still looking at 100-foot width property, and it's going to be right next door to the neighbors, so that's my only comments.
Let's go ahead and close it. Let's close the public hearing and open for deliberation and for a vote.
Lynn, just looking here, there's a recommendation. Whose recommendation is that?
I'm sorry. That is what the church had agreed to. It is not a recommendation from staff.
And P&Z saw those recommendations, correct?
So if I could just clarify that, so when we draft the ordinance for this, we don't know what decision you're going to make, so we draft it as if you're going to approve it. And so that's what you'll see in all ordinances, whether you approve it or not, because we don't know that. So we'll keep that in mind as in the future ones, that it's always gonna have conditions and so forth as if you would want to approve it, but certainly that's not our recommendation.
I do have some questions. Seems like when this came up before, so I'm kind of looking over at Ronnie because you're on P&Z, right? Is anybody else on P&Z? I'm looking around. That's from okay. So you and Ronnie, when it came up before, and it was denied, were there people living in it?
The complaints that I saw from what is captured in the minutes and what were related to me from neighbors were that there were people staying overnight. I don't know how often or under what circumstances, and I believe the fire that caused the structure to be consumed was purportedly from cooking at night by people that were staying there. Now, whether that's entirely accurate or not, I do not know, but the neighbors certainly feel that way.
And this is the second or the third time that it's come up?
This is the second. So it was denied in April of 2024, and the architect came into my office exactly 12 months later in April of this year, wanting to bring it back up.
I don't want to speak to the lady that's from the church. How many congregants are in that church?
Can you, excuse me, ma'am, can you come up and speak? We're actually, this actually gets recorded, so, and by the way, your name, are you the applicant?
So far, right now, we are maybe about 20, including children. Max 25 whenever we have a special service, but yes, ma'am.
So when y'all were denied about a year ago, did y'all start looking at other places that would benefit y'all better so that you could grow? Because from what I'm seeing based on the parking, every church that I know of is praying for growth, and every church is hoping for more people to come in, but you're very limited on what parking spaces and what you can do. So that's why I'm wondering, as a church, were y'all not looking at something else so that y'all could grow?
We definitely were looking, and we're always, the church is gonna grow, right? But we actually have grown from when we started about 10 years ago maybe. We have grown. We're slowly growing. But yeah, so right now we are renting at Delwood Assembly of God, but we are really pushing to rebuild.
So you are meeting somewhere.
Any other questions or comments? All right. We'll go ahead and bring this up for a motion.
We should all be in abundance in our churches. But I'm gonna make a motion that we deny ordinance 2025-13, the specific use permit number 2025-02.
I second.
Madam Secretary, can you take the vote?
No.
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 And just to clarify, Council, you were saying no, but you're voting yes for the motion, which is to deny? Please, just to correct.
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Thank you, Council.
May I say one thing that was a hard vote? Those out here that know me know that this is hard for me. But anyway, when you when it was talking about how y'all would go after 9 o'clock at night, and what reminds me is that's the Acts Church, and so anyway, I hope that y'all can find a good place and way to go. But obviously, it's just not the right place, location. So I will pray for your church.
All right. The vote was unanimous. We'll go ahead and close the item and move on to item number 8. We're going to hold a public hearing and consider ordinance 2025 TAC 14, a request from William Edward Aaron's property owner and Vincent G. Finger on behalf of CTG LLC to allow for a 100-foot telecommunications tower within commercial zoning district, being a .731 acre property described as Lot 5, Mount Pleasant, City Block 310D, and addressed as 1706 West Ferguson Road. And this will be an SUP-2025-03. Lynn?
This is the second specific use permit for the evening. We don't do very many of these in a year. It's rather unusual to have 2 on the same night. This one came in from the communication company and the owner of the property for a communication cell tower. And it's already zoned commercial, so it is in an area with a lot of business development, and there are no residences nearby. Again, city code says that to approve a communication cell tower, on commercial zone property, it requires a specific use permit from city council. So this is a map. In blue is the property. The site for the cell tower would be on the upper left-hand corner. I'll show you in a minute exactly where that is. It's next to, there's a school building there, the large building, and that property has an existing small business on it that currently, as of today, did not look like it was being used, but it is not a part of this site. It's in the back corner, and partially screened by the trees. So this is the site plan again. Site plans are required. This is a little more complex in that the developers of communication cell towers are very technical, and so this is just the site area. There are a number of plans in their packet that have all kinds of technical details. This is the most simple one as far as the site plan is concerned, that shows landscaping in the front, pavement coming from the street into the site. It will have a fence around it that would be that chain link, and will have vinyl slats for screening, and the additional trees on the side also help. Of course, the tower itself is almost 100 feet tall, and if you have, it actually has a lightning rod on top that makes it a full 100 feet. You can't really screen that with anything that grows, but it would be hidden from street view. Some of the details that they bring to this application, a lot of that is from federal requirements and such. But one of the requirements in our code is also to prove that any cell tower or communication tower that's approved fills a need, a documented need that the applicant is required to show, and this is what they brought in. So the map on the left is the current cell coverage. The red star is the site, and as you can see, there is a little to the left of that is sort of an area that seems to be blank from coverage. On the right-hand side is their map with the coverage shown in as if the cell tower is activated. And as you can see, it fills in that gap. So they were able to demonstrate need. They also had a lot of information in their packet showing that they could not co-locate the facilities on any other existing towers. So this is a drawing of what it will look like. It's a typical monopole construction. The maximum height of the entire thing is 100 feet. Obviously, it will require a building permit and electric permits to connect once it begins construction, or prior to construction. That's a requirement as well. So the conditions, again, just like the previous case, these are conditions. A lot of them refer to things that we already do, that it be constructed per the site plan, that it be driveways and parking areas associated with it be paved, that this screening fence would have a landscape buffer that would show along the street frontage, and that building permits will be obtained prior to construction. Again, that's city code, but I put it in so that we have a very clear condition as part of the ordinance. We sent property notices to the adjoining neighbors of all the properties, which were all commercial. There are no residences, and we got 0 responses back. Planning and Zoning Commission at their July 8th meeting voted unanimously to recommend approval to City Council for this case. Any questions?
All right, we'll go ahead and open the public hearing. Any questions? Any comments?
Hold it down. Hi. Mayor, Council, my name is Vince Hebinger, representing the property owner and the tower owner, CTG. David Hargrove is here tonight, too, if you have any questions from him. Lynn did an excellent job presenting this. I'd probably like to go back to a slide. I know that's where I want to go. Okay, yeah, one thing, wireless 101, this is, everybody has in-vehicle coverage. This is primarily an AT&T site, but it's not gonna be exclusive for AT&T Wireless. CTG will market to all the other big carriers too as well. So this is gonna be a multi-purpose site. It's surrounded, as you can see, by commercial. We meet all the code requirements that we find in that area. So we think, and I just went again over there today, we think it's a really excellent location. The site plan that Lynn showed, we did add some green sage, we don't have irrigation, obviously, but we have some native plant species that'll grow fairly well in the front. And we agreed to paving the driveway for access for fire or any emergencies as well. The coverage maps are really interesting. As I said, we basically have in-vehicle coverage. This is the capacity site, and capacity explained is that when the sites that you see that are on there around Mount Pleasant are overloaded. I saw a stat the other day that over the last 3 years, the data volume is tripled. So our pictures that the phones are providing, video streaming, those things, the apps that you're running, and the email attachments are all big. So triple size equals RF power being lost in the existing site. So when you see yourself downloading an attachment and it's waiting and waiting and waiting, that's capacity. So we need to offload some of the surrounding sites with this site and also increase a little bit of area to the west of town so we can pick up some of that coverage as well. Yeah, it's a 96 foot, it's got a 30-foot fall zone, it's engineered not to fall like a tree, it's gonna break in parts. If we have an ice storm, that would be probably the most catastrophic event with wind, may crack on the top section, middle section. So with that, I'll answer any questions you have from that wireless communications. I usually close with a slide with I'll show it.
Make sure you push the button so everybody can hear you on your closing.
We all have the little supercomputer in our hands, and I run so many apps, the weather alerts, stuff like that. That's also pushing on that cell tower for capacity. So mostly importantly, it shows 911 and FirstNet. So AT&T installs their FirstNet equipment on every new site that they put up nowadays. Question? Be happy to answer.
I do. So are you basically representing AT&T to increase primarily the AT&T signal in the area?
Push this thing. Good question. I'm representing the landowner, which has to authorize the SUP. The tower owner is got an agreement with AT&T for a build to suit. So AT&T is in the background, yes, and they're going to come right behind us and file a building permit to put their equipment and antenna on the site.
I am so sorry. So, I'm not sure, I'm kind of looking in the room at, our chief and some other people. So right now on our city tower, we rent some to, I think Verizon and whatever. So do you have a clue what they're gonna be charging to rent the space, or would that be when we talk to the AT&T guy?
No, that's proprietary. You're talking about your water tank. There's Verizon's on that, yes. And they looked at that to make sure that for AT&T would not work, and it didn't work. It wasn't far enough. As you can see with those coverage maps, they already had that area covered. So they have to push out a little bit. You look at triangulate the existing site, they're about right in the middle of it.
I noticed that on the engineering report here, or the letter, a letter in here from Michael, the engineer. It said that I understand there may be some concern on part of local building officials. John, did you have an issue? And I understand it's been addressed evidently by the design, but I was just wondering if that was per you.
Yeah, from what I've seen, they really haven't submitted anything to me yet, but there are standards in our adopted codes for structural towers, and so we'll make sure they follow those minimum standards.
All right, thank you. Anybody have any other questions, comment? All right. We'll go ahead and close the open session and open for deliberation and for a vote.
Could the gentleman that's building this come up and let's ask some questions to him?
All right, Melanie.
I'm David Hargrove with Communication Tower Group.
Hi, David. I'm Melanie. So I know that in other states, they offer new cell phone towers when they build them now, that they really camouflage them with a lot of greenery and a lot of, I don't know what, but to where they don't even look like towers at all. Are y'all going to be doing that?
In this one, no. This is just a straight monopole, so the antennas will be exposed.
Thank you.
So I'm gonna ask again. Now, this is me. I'm trying to learn this. So to speak ABC. So on these towers, you will be the one that's basically just constructing the tower. You're not gonna be the one to go out and get people to be on the tower?
I'm the owner, developer. I lease it to the customers. I have agreements with Verizon, T-Mobile, Dish, AT&T, other stuff. Yeah.
So, I don't know that you might know yet, because it might be that you don't know what the expense would be to, when you're finished putting your tower up. How much do you usually rent your space for all the different people that are wanting to be on it?
I mean, we don't publish that today. I mean, we have agreements with our customers as far as base rents. They pay for the equipment to rent the equipment from us, and that's covered in our master lease agreement. Yeah, but we typically do what's called a site license agreement on per sites. So we have, 100 or so plus sites in the area. We're in Texas.
I think our biggest concern would be, we already have towers and we have lease agreements. You're gonna come in and take our agreements away from us, and we need our money.
I would tell you I'm not gonna take your money away from you. I've been building towers for over 30 years. Every tower they use, they keep. I mean, that's what I've seen. That's been my history or experience. I started with AT&T in Dallas, which was formerly MetroCell. That's where we started. I built a site on the Dallas Tollway. I don't know, you may or may not have ever driven on this thing, but I did one when we first started MetroCell. It's still there. It's still occupied. I did them on water towers. I've done them on schools. I've done them on everything else. They've never turned off the sites. They've typically, in this case, this is a capacity site. They're trying to cover capacity. They don't typically ever terminate anything. That's my experience.
So the people that we're leasing to now could probably lease from you as well and then expand their coverage? Is that would be what you see would happen probably?
Yes. I mean, I'm building today. I've got 500 or 600 construction. I typically start with what we call the anchor tenant. In this case, AT&T is my anchor tenant. I begin to market to Verizon, T-Mobile, Dish to get it into their budgets. I would expect that we'll end up with all of them. We typically do over time. It just is a matter of getting it into their annual budgets so that they can approve it.
Yeah, I don't think we're taking anybody off the water tower. They're going to stay there. They're basically there for good. This site, AT&T looked at the water tower and said it doesn't work. We're not taking that away from you either. I've seen a lot of times where another tower goes a mile or so away from a water tank and nobody, leaves that side. So I think that's what you're asking. We're not gonna go pursue Verizon off that water tank. If they have a need to go west, then David will probably look at that for them, or T-Mobile needs to go west, but they don't overlap in coverage, so that would give you a safety factor.
Well, and one thing Vincent was saying, which I agree with, being on a technical level, is data's just gonna be more and more and more. I don't see anything going away, you know? I would like to see some sort of camouflage, but, you know, we need to make an ordinance on that or something.
We found, to answer your question, we found that the monopole is probably the least intrusive. When we have to put up a monopine or a palm tree in South Texas, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. It's just really odd looking. But, you know, they're committed. Your water tank carrier is committed. They're not gonna spend a lot of money, which would cost them a fortune, to move over to David's County.
All right, well, thanks, guys, for showing up. Appreciate it.
I have a question, and it may be more for Lynn. I see that there was something, and I can't find it now, about a berm, but are we gonna put screening around the base? Will we have some kind of treatment around the base of it, so it's just not the metal wiring and such? What's gonna be around the base of it?
Are you talking about the base of the tower or outside or by the fence to keep the area screened? We really don't have the building plans yet to show it, but it will have slatted, fencing material, so that there will be a fence on the heavy line that goes around it. That's the interior fence that will have the heavy chain link with vinyl, so you can't see through it. I don't know that if it will cover the entire width. We don't have the building permit plans yet to know exactly how tall those buildings are, but they won't be very tall. And then they'll have bushes too, to kind of break up the outline. As far as the screening of what's there, I don't know that I've seen the architectural details that they have.
Will the landscaping ordinance kick in? I see the little round things. Are those supposed to be bushes or something, or what?
Yes, ma'am. They had proposed to put some, and those are drought tolerant, so they'll be like tall, bushy, kind of hide it, and there are trees along the west boundary as well.
Plants we picked are Texas green sage. I don't know if you have seen those. They're just weeds, very drought tolerant. Mine gets about 6 foot tall, and then the fence is going to have those vinyl slats. So the equipment, they no longer use the shelters. They'll do outdoor equipment that's probably about as tall as me. So that 8 foot fence would screen off.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, can we get a motion?
I make a motion that we approve ordinance 2025-14, a specific use permit number SUP-2025-03, as presented by Lynn.
I second.
Madam Secretary, can you take the vote?
Yes.
Aye.
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 Motion passed unanimously. We'll go ahead and close item number 8, move on to 9. Discussion and consideration, or consider a request for Primacy Builder LLC for approval of new final replat of Tenant Crossing Addition Zone PD1 on a 3.677 acre tract for development of 44 townhome lots on the north side of Tennyson Road, approximately 375 feet east of Jefferson Avenue. This is RP-2025, -08.
So, this is another, case that sort of sounds normal until you get into the details. Previously, this was approved by city council, as a plan development, and, the site plan and the, all of the, platting was done and the plat was recorded. However, when they got ready to do the construction, the, configuration of the property had the detention pond on the high side instead of the low side of the property. And so it had to be reconfigured in that the detention pond had to be flipped from one side of the property to the other. All of the site, as far as the fact that it was townhomes and, the number, they decreased one into 44 from the original 45, remained the same. And my predecessor had written them a letter that said the site plan didn't need to be reconfigured, but because of the way that the property was configured, the plat, in order to be recorded, had to be brought back to, and needed to be brought back to y'all. So that's where we're here this evening. This is the property outlined in yellow, and all of those lot lines that you see were the previously recorded at the courthouse lot lines for that, development. And on the west side, underneath the number that's over there, that is where the detention pond is, but the low side of the property is on the right-hand side, and you'll see in the new site that it's been flipped. There only one other slight change, but to the good, from the old one to the new one, is in the middle, those middle lots. There is actually an electric power 50-foot wide easement that goes down the middle. Originally, they had put the lots in private ownership, so each one of these townhome lots would be owned by someone, but the back 25 feet of each side would not be buildable or anything. It wouldn't be usable because of the power easement. So in the new configuration, it was fixed. This is the new plat. So you'll see that the easement goes right down the middle. That will be maintained by the HOA, and the fences for the neighbors, for the owners, will be on the outside of that easement. So it's a much improved design change, since they were going to move the detention pond anyway, which is in the, as you see now, it's on the east side at the front. There was another slight change that had to do with the off-site sewer easement that they had to procure and build, which has also been, if this is approved by you, will need to go and be recorded at the same time the mayor would sign it. So they voted at the Planning and Zoning Commission, the same meeting as previously, 4-0, to recommend approval at their meeting. And just to make sure that you see that the homeowners association will maintain the public areas around this property too.
So then, just as a quick question on that, so the detention pond also is going to be maintained by the HOA, since it's right there on the street? Thank you.
All right, any other questions? Council? Public comment? All right, can I get a motion?
I make a motion that we approve the final plat for the Tennyson Crossing Addition, zoned PD-1 on 3.677 acre tract for development of 44 townhome lots on the north side of Tennyson Road, approximately 375 feet east of Jefferson Avenue.
I second the motion.
All right, Madam Secretary, can we get a vote?
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
All right, the vote was unanimous. We'll go ahead and close 9 and move on to item number 10. Consider request for Von Zimmerman, property owner, for the approval of preliminary plat for the for the Pleasant Point Apartments, being a 9.04 acre property in the commercial zoning district described as Mount Pleasant Block 330, Lot 1, Tract 1, and Lot 3-B, Block 332, and addressed as 1708 West 16th Street. This will be a PP-2025-01.
So this, property is also a previous case that has moved forward in the process. So, as you are aware, there are tax credit housing projects that are approved from time to time. This one received a general approval for this site in 2023. And what that does is the developer then takes that approval for the site and goes to the state and is in a pool of area projects that the state decides who they will fund and who they will not, or who they will approve. And so this one did receive approval last year, I think last fall, and we've been working with them on this site for a considerable amount of time. There were issues getting the sewer to this site because they were hoping to get it from the rear. And in the property you'll see in a minute, it's over by McCoy's. But there was a requirement to get an easement from a private property owner to access the site, and it was never able to be gotten from that private property owner. So they had to redesign, and they are bringing sewer all the way around on the road now. So it's been held up in the process of our review for quite a number of months. This is the property. It's got a lot of challenges associated with it. There, you can't really see it, but on the map you faintly see on the diagonally across the front, there is a very wide gas line that kind of transects that property that has to be designed around. It has some low areas that are going to require some design work and a lot of dirt work as well. And it is this is a pretty prime site for what the project is, because it will be tucked away and basically out of sight, but should also the front area should at least be visible and be an amenity to the area. This is the preliminary plat, but also has some of the elements on it. You'll see the site plan in a minute because that case is following this one. And it's turned, obviously, north to south. It runs up and down, but it won't fit on the screen as well. So just wanted to show you, you could see where that gas line goes across. They cannot put any structure on it. And so it can't really, it barely touches even a tiny bit of pavement because of the requirements to leave it unimpeded. It has the buildings. They use most of the space that's usable on this site for the buildings, the parking. I think there will be amenities. There's a clubhouse, a dog park, that sort of thing. It's not part of the plat. A preliminary plat is basically the outline, and the general layout is what you're looking at. It's followed by a site plan, and then the final plat would come after they bring the sewer line in, because the sewer has to come down and around, which they are installing themselves in the TxDOT right-of-way now. So we're recommending approval of the preliminary plat, and with some conditions. The first condition, I mean, it's listed in the packet, so I left it on here, is that the final approval of the civil construction plans, including the sewer line that they're going to put in, be approved by staff, and it has been. So the city engineer has already given his approval. And that also TxDOT is, approves the driveway and utility installations themselves, and they have discussion, and I think it's in the TxDOT software. They haven't given the final approval. Obviously, TxDOT controls access, and so that's kind of a given, or they're not gonna get their project. But I always put that condition in anyway, it's just because it's a good idea. So, Planning and Zoning did vote unanimously to recommend this project as well at that same July 8th meeting. I'll answer any questions if I can, but you will see the details on the site in just a second.
Any public comment? Council? Any questions? Can I get a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the preliminary plat of Pleasant Point Apartment Complex, subject to the following conditions. Approval of civil construction plans, including a new sewer line installation to serve the property prior to final plat approval. 2, approval of TxDOT for sewer installation configuration along US 67 prior to construction plan approval and construction commencement.
I second.
Madam Secretary, can we take a vote?
Aye.
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 Yes.
All right, the vote was unanimous. We'll go ahead and close out item number 10, move to 11. Consider a request to approve a site plan for 3 apartment buildings and clubhouses for the Pleasant Point Apartments on a 9.04 acre property addressed as 1708 West 16th Street. This will be SP-2025-202.
As promised, this is the site plan case. And again, anytime there is multifamily or more than one use on a property, city council is deciding, place that gets to see this come forward. Their particulars on this project is it'll be 60 apartment units. There will be in 3 buildings, and they are, consist of 2 and 3 bedroom units in equal, numbers. Same site. And this is a site plan with more details for, and it does show there's a topo utility is on there and more of the amenities and design elements. Obviously, the buildings are in the same place, and so we, as staff, have reviewed the site plan through our DRC on the consistency, the pavement, the width, the parking spaces, and the landscaping, which you'll see in a minute. And they have all been reviewed and approved, so there's considerable amount of landscaping that is scattered throughout the site, so it'll be nice once you drive in. However, if y'all are at all familiar with this property over by McCoy's, because of its width, you're not going to see a whole lot, but there is some landscaping that will show in the front. They have the required trees and bushes. They well exceed what our code says that they should have for this site, so it will be evident, and they've clustered at the front too, so that it will be obvious and you'll be able to see it. There are some more details on where each, kind of the elements are shown around, scattered around the site. I wanted to bring these to your attention so you could see kind of what the details would be. In addition, we require building elevations to at least be evident. This particular one was not a planned development, so it didn't have requirements. Sometimes our planned developments will actually say what the materials are going to be, or even the colors for that matter. This one wasn't, but you get an idea of what they're submitting. They're out there. As far as I know, the plans are in and have been reviewed already, but this is the first step. Then they have to, if it is approved, they would have to construct the sewer line first before they could ever get these occupied, obviously. So, same July 8th meeting, Planning and Zoning Commission voted unanimously 4-0 to recommend approval as well.
All right, do we have any public comments, question? Council? All right, let's make a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the site plan as presented for Pleasant Point Apartments.
I second.
Madam Secretary, can you take the vote, please?
Aye.
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 Yes.
All right, voted, passed unanimously. Now everybody's favorite part. Item number 12, the city manager's report.
It's always good to see new development projects coming in front of the city as we continue to grow and different types of housing. So those are always good. Just a couple things, because I know you still have some items on your agenda to go tonight. So I will just remind council tomorrow night 5 p.m. So we're going to do a strategic planning, goal setting process. So roll up your sleeves. This is going to be an informal meeting, so we're just going to be bouncing off, trying to get us focused and where are we going in the future. And we'll be actually sitting down below tomorrow, and public's welcome to come join us. I won't say how long it will take. It'll be as long as you want to take a good hard look at where the city's going. I took a look, just so you know, at the comprehensive plan, and I do know that in 2022, when they adopted the comprehensive plan, there are principal action points. I meant to get them to you like today, and I ran out of time. But if you do have your comprehensive plan or it's online, you can go ahead and look at that. And there's some ideas in there from 2022, some what we'll call, they're called principal, or they're basically action items. So there's quite a few of them, and I think tomorrow as we talk, and I'll suggest this, but this will be your time to decide where you want to go and how long. Those particular principles in the comprehensive plan go out anywhere from 1 to 3 years as a short term, 3 under 5 then is midterm, and then over 7 or 3 to 7 are midterm, and then there's after 7 years. I think tomorrow I would look at more focusing on a short term, because we're right on the budget process right now, and so we certainly want to get focused on what do we want to look at for next year when we take a look at this tomorrow. But certainly long-term goals are also part of the conversation, but it's a great opportunity for the community to give that input and city council to get their fingerprints on the focus of our city. I wanted to say that we are just getting the draft copy of September 2024's budget of the audit, or I should say of the audit, and so we are hoping and planning on you seeing that report at the first meeting in August here. And it's still in draft form. It was a disappointing year, I will just say, as far as ending, and you'll recall starting in June, and we had quite the budget process last year. So we'll have that. We'll have the auditor here is the plan. I think the other thing is just street work, and we'll talk a little more about that tomorrow. That street work throughout the city is scheduled to begin next week, so that will be great to have people start seeing us do some road work out here. There'll be some more conversation about Delwood Park, who council will see a conceptual plan tomorrow that has been worked on and discussed, and there'll be some more meetings with public and city council before we get that final kind of conceptual design down and move that forward. So sometimes when everybody's like, what's going on, what's happening, there's two very exciting things that we're getting very close to doing. Certainly with the street work, you'll start seeing that next week. And patience, please. I took some rides around, and Garrett Houston, Public Works Director, talked today, and you mentioned some areas where they paved over the curbs or over the gutters. Those are very expensive fixes when you have to mill all that out, and then likelihood you'll start seeing curb repair and so forth. So that's a project that we had hoped to do, but now are relooking at the cost of it for one particular road, and so we'll go over those with you tomorrow. Actually, we'll kind of go in more detail, and we'll be posting what streets we're going to be doing online. And then finally, I think there's a videotape for Saturday, and I didn't make it there, hold on, don't start that yet. I didn't make it there, but I was told that it was one of the best events in downtown. And so certainly thankful for everybody participating in that, the setup, the work that got put into that. And I guess I would say, council, I think last time I was here, you invested some additional funds into the downtown area. And what did you get from that, from those who worked very hard to make a great event? And here's some snippets from that. Thank you. So I understand that the crowd was very large, and that's what we want for our downtown. We want people to come enjoy themselves, families. And so congratulations to all of you who worked so hard to make that a great event. And that's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Greg. That was pretty awesome. We're hoping y'all are already seeing transparency and a lot of things going on with the city with some notifications, and we just want to get more communication out there with our, with our neighbors. So hope y'all are seeing that. So we're gonna go ahead and adjourn into the executive session pursuant to Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551, Texas Government Code. The City Council will recess into executive session and to discuss the following: consultations with attorney, that will be Texas Government Code 551.071, and personal matters, Texas Government Code 551.074, related to appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee, MPEDC update on executive director applicant, and consultation with attorney, Texas Government Code 551.071, and personal matters, Texas Government Code 551.074, related to the appointment or employment of city manager applicant, interview and consider applicant for city manager. Go ahead, Councilman Hitt.
A big announcement. Rotary Club Downtown Merchants and the city will do a big reveal of the theme for Christmas Parade Thursday, July 24th at 11 a.m. at Ruby and Begonia's Emerald Room. Everyone is invited, including all the city council, the public. It's a lot of fun, and you'll be the first to find out this year's theme for the Christmas parade.
All right, great. Good way to end. All right, we're gonna go into executive session. All right, we're gonna come out of executive session to, make a vote on, item number 2 in the closed session. Can I get a
So-
motion?
I'm sorry, it's actually item number 1, Mayor.
Item number 1.
I make a motion to approve the expenditure of funds to hire the new executive director of the MP EDC as directed in executive session.
I second.
Madam Secretary, can we get a vote?
Yes,
Aye.
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 All right, that vote was unanimous, and we just want to thank the EDC for showing up tonight, coming across the street, talking with us. So, we want to thank y'all, and, y'all did a great job.
At this point, going back executive session on item 2.
And now we're going back into session on item number 2. Thank you.